Crop. Inaweza kuwa ni major issue. Nasema ni same place tulikuwa jana, so inaweza kuwa ni kitu major, sio distance.
Nelson Mandela said, "There is no happiness with..."
Yeah, like this, directly in the sun.
It's not
No,
very
that's
much.
in the sun. Okay, working on that tan.
They're tan,
Yeah.
yes. That's I really understand that about just the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
That's the crocodile. It's the next stage.
Inanipatia 55. 55. 55.
Wait for me to
Okay, ready.
Nasema ni warm na nini?
Hmm?
Naona tu ni warm pesa.
Piti? Anasema
Yeah, I think they can find animals. On the other side is how to get this.
There are other animals and other creatures.
Maybe here.
This is something supposed to be in this area.
Yeah, this is the country.
Focus on the river side, not on the river. Oh, perhaps that's why they don't know where we are. They don't know that we are right here because of the camera. They've only been able to see And again, the real people
Sana tuweke tu on preset.
Hello everyone from whichever part of the world you're watching us. This is our second day of covering the Great Migration 2024. You have been enjoying live images from different parts of the Masai Mara National Reserve as we try to bring you a complete understanding and view of life in the wilderness. My name is Jerry O'Willy.
And I am Penina Karibe. It's a beautiful day here in the Mara, and certainly looking ahead to some spectacular sights and sound. And just to give a special thanks as we get started on this coverage today, special thanks to the Narok County government, which is the host of the Masai Mara National Reserve, the Kenya Wildlife Service, which is the national custodian of the wildlife in Kenya, and as well the Kenya Tourism Board. And just to let you know that we've got great stuff lined up for you today. We'll have special guests as well, just to shed more light on what's happening here at the Mara, the significance of this spectacle, and just as well some general information that is irrelevant to you, the visitor, the potential visitor I should say, whenever you want to come here to the Masai Mara. But this, Jerry, I have to say, is one of my very favorite places here in Kenya. I mean, we have so many of these parks in Kenya, but this has to be one of my favorite. And just because, as you said yesterday, so easy to spot whatever it is you want. I just have to share quickly with you that yesterday Jerry asked, or rather he asked me if I'd ever seen a leopard, and I said no. And he said that he would want to see a standoff between a leopard and lions. I think that's what he did. Yes, and I got the treat yesterday. He wasn't there.
Without me.
He missed out on that. It was just spectacular. The leopard was on top of the tree. There were 3 lionesses down there, and you could tell it was feeling frightened, because the lions kill the leopards, not because they eat them, but just because these are territorial animals. And I was looking for a way out. I mean, Jerry, I wish I could share the images from my eyes and from my mind to you, just to show you how amazing it was.
You lived my dream. You lived my dream. And that is exactly what the Masai Mara National Reserve offers the people who come here to visit this ecosystem. Remember, this place hosts more than 100 different species of mammals and birds, from canines to carnivores to herbivorous animals, to animals that live on land and others that reside in the water. You get to see so many birds and other animals here. And if you're lucky, every single day you'll be seeing a different set of animals. Of course, they are the animals that are easy to spot.
Yeah.
Every day before you drive probably 10 kilometers in this park, there are animals that you have to see, of course, like the elephants. They're right there.
And the hippos.
The hippos are always right there.
And the buffaloes.
And you are telling me, actually, now that you mention a hippo, you're telling me you have never seen a hippo outside of water.
Never.
And today you got to see that.
Do you know the incredible thing is that I come from a place in Kenya where there's lots of hippos, because we have a huge river, and there's many hippos, and they come out and they actually get into people's farms and they eat their crops. And I remember when I was a little child, in the school where I went to, especially during the rainy season, which, just to put it into context for our viewers, would typically happen between April and July. So during then, Jerry, we would go to school and would find these huge imprints on the ground. It would be the footprints of the hippos. But I had never seen one until this morning when we were coming here.
When we were coming right here.
Oh, it was such a treat.
I'm starting to feel like you're the one who's enjoying this trip. I'm starting to feel like you're the one who's like living the dream.
You gotta keep your eyes open, Jerry.
But yes, of course, so many mammals, so many birds, so many animals found in this ecosystem. Remember, the Great Migration is the theme of this 3-day broadcast that we're bringing you from live from the Masai Mara National Reserve here. And as we mentioned yesterday, just to recap a couple of what we did yesterday, we were talking about the Great Migration itself, the animals moving all the way from Tanzania, Serengeti National Park, coming into the Masai Mara National Reserve, spending just about 3 months here before heading back to the Serengeti National Park. And throughout that journey, it gives you a feel of the complete cycle of life here in the wilderness, from predation to just surviving. And just like the ranger, the warden here was telling us yesterday, Mr. Stephen Minis, the animals, the wildebeests, they met here and then they calve in Tanzania Serengeti National Park. So there's a lot of collaboration that exists in between there. But today we want to focus a lot really on conservation efforts that have enabled this park to exist as it is in this present state.
And
it's very rich.
And just to pick up on that, Jerry, I think for me it's been one of the most incredible things I have seen. I have to say that I have traveled to quite a number of parks in Kenya. What I see here in the Masai Mara is really mind-blowing. Just to give you an example, where, for example, we are staying, it is not inside the park, but you get to experience these animals right from where we are staying. It's almost as though you don't really need to come into the park to see these animals. And that's because there's huge swathes of land that's been set aside in its raw form. And the community, which is the Maasai community, the host community here, doesn't really do much to that land. I think it also helps that it's a pastoralist community. And like we heard yesterday, there's been a lot of effort to enlighten them on the importance of preserving these animals. And so it's such a treat to, last evening, for example, I think about 6 p.m. there, you could hear, there was a lot of noises coming through. I could tell there were hyenas. I could hear the noises of the hyenas. I could hear the hippo. There's a hippo staying right next to our hotel. Yes. I could hear it grunting in the evening, and I could hear the zebras as well. There's a noise they make, especially when they're alerting each other that there's danger. And it was beautiful just to hear those sounds. You know, you actually don't even have to imagine much because it's just right all over around you. And I think that's the beauty of having the communities very much involved in this, because they also have the indigenous knowledge of how to handle these animals. For example, Jerry, growing up for me, there's lots of snakes as well from where I come from, because it's a hot area. And we had lots of snakes. And I remember they would spit in our eyes. And what the community did was find ways of neutralizing the venom before you could even go to hospital. So what we would do as a community is make sure that there's, at any one point, there's a sheep that's lactating, because the milk from the sheep is actually an antidote to the venom.
That is very interesting.
Yes.
That is very interesting. And of course, as you mentioned, different communities have different ways of dealing with, these human-wildlife conflicts that might emerge from time to time. But before we jump really deep into that, you are mentioning very incredible things that have happened during our stay here.
Yes.
The noises that we were hearing yesterday. And just to also remind you, the day before yesterday, there was a lot of roaring early in the dawn.
Yes.
And that must have been a huge lion.
Oh, yeah. Like what we saw early this morning, right? When we were coming in.
A very huge male lion.
Yeah.
And it was actually not so far from here. I would say a kilometer away.
Just about a kilometer from where we are right now.
Yeah.
So perhaps if it wasn't too hot, they would have a chance to see it maybe strolling or...
Yes. But hopefully one of our cameras, we have planted so many cameras in different locations of the Masai Mara National Reserve. We're going to be giving you a view of different kinds of animals here that are found here, so that you get a feel of what you're also feeling here. And just before we go into the next segment, I also just want to remind you, the same day before yesterday, as we were heading back to our hotel, we got a very interesting sight. We saw a clan of hyenas dashing from the park and into the villages there. And we had a discussion with some of the locals. For an outsider, it's a bit scary to see hyenas getting into the village. And the locals here told us there seems to be some sort of understanding between the hyena clans and the local communities. They don't really have so much attacks from hyenas happening within the villages. And for them, I asked them, so don't you fear? Because some of them just walk, even though it's outside the park. These animals do not know boundaries. And they keep moving inside the park and outside the park. And they were certain when it gets to dawn, the hyenas dash back into the park. And they sort of have an understanding. And now, just getting into this conversation of wildlife conservation, you see so much. And you are mentioning the Maasai community, which is the predominant community just around this rich ecosystem. They are the custodians, I would say, of the wildlife here in the Maasai Mara. And even if you cross over to the Tanzanian side, there's still Maasais there. So it's the same community, but in two different countries. And even there, they still have a very good understanding of the need to conserve wildlife. And they have found ways, of course, collaborating with different entities, the local government authorities here, the central government authorities, and as well just other non-governmental organizations, to ensure that they also benefit from this rich blessing that they have here, that is the Masai Mara National Reserve.
Yeah, and I think there was something very interesting I picked up yesterday in one of those off-camera conversations we were having, where we were told that the governor of the Narok County actually comes from a family that has a long history with excuse me, conservation. That I think his grandfather was one of the very first people in Kenya, the local Kenyans, that had a conservancy. And I thought that's really incredible. And he's benefited from that, that conservation. And so I would imagine how many more other people can say they've benefited, especially from this community. It's interesting when we contrast the Masai Mara and the Nairobi National Park, which is right in the heart of the capital city of Kenya, and how every time we see posts on social media, oh, there's a lion on the loose, and everybody gets really scared. And people are calling the Kenya Wildlife Service, oh, get this lion or get this leopard. But that doesn't seem to be the case from what you're talking about here. People seem to have an understanding of how to collaborate or to, I would say, coexist with these animals. They know the behavioral patterns of the animals. They understand when an animal gets agitated, they can see the signs long before the animal even gets to do anything, and so they're able to pull back. And I think that's important knowledge that all of us really should have.
It is true, it is true. And as you just mentioned, the governor there having a very long history of wildlife conservation here. And his team has just mentioned to me, because remember guys, we are expecting to have a sit down later in this very live broadcast with the county governor of Narok County government later this in this broadcast. And also we are going to have a sit down with the cabinet secretary for tourism and wildlife. So we're going to get really rich knowledge and an understanding of what the government is doing, of what authorities are doing to just conserve wildlife, and also just to get an understanding of everything that is happening between that involves the coexistence between the wildlife here and the human beings just outside of the park. And I was told as well that the governor, that is Patrick Olentutu, he also served in this park for very many years.
I didn't know
He
that.
actually served in this very park for very many years, so it's something that they say is very close to his heart.
Yeah.
So we have to put him to task to just explain to us some of the things that have been happening and what he intends to do to just make sure that this ecosystem here continues to thrive for generations to come. And of course, it's an interview that I am personally very looking forward to.
Me too. Yeah, me too. And also just speaking about how to live with these animals, also very important to note, excuse me, the do's and don'ts when you're in such spaces such as the Masai Mara National Reserve, because I mean, it could be very deceptively safe, you know, when you look around and you don't really seem to see anything, and it's not like it's really bushy, so you would think that you can see stretches and stretches of land, but that's not really the case, because what I've noticed being here is that the animals camouflage very well, so it's easy for you to think there's no animal, but there is. But also some of the most important rules here, because I think also being here we've seen a bit of a few people here and there who perhaps may not be very much aware of these rules, and so you might find yourself doing something that you're not supposed to do, but just some things to respect the animals. For example, don't get out of your car, do not litter the park, do not drive at a fast speed. There's of course a speed limit that's given. You do not feed the animals. There's a lot more, but all of this, I think what I've loved is that every vehicle that drives into the park certainly has the rules pasted inside the vehicle, so you can be able to know how you should conduct yourself when you're in such a space.
Yes, and I would also just want to mention that a lot of the Maasai community, people from the Maasai community have benefited immensely from having this park here. A lot of the tour guides that know this park inside out, know all the animals and where they reside are the Maasai community, and they do help a lot of the foreigners that come in here, whether it's just people from Nairobi or outside the country, just to get an understanding of the Masai Mara National Reserve and to enjoy every thing that is in this very blessed park. But as I have mentioned before, later in this broadcast we are going to be hosting two very good guests about just the conservation efforts that are happening here in the Masai Mara National Reserve. That is Narok County Government Governor Patrick Olentutu and the Cabinet Secretary, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, that is Miss Rebecca Miano. I think for now, Penina, we should just hand it over to our colleagues in Beijing for another engagement as well. But do stay tuned in for this broadcast to the very end as we continue getting you more insights, and of course, as you also enjoy the different action that our cameras are getting from different locations within this park.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our lovely viewers watching from around the world. This is Myrna coming to you live from our Beijing studio of CGTN. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are streaming live on various CGTN platforms right now, including CGTN's Facebook, YouTube, Twitter X, Chinese platforms of Weibo, WeChat, and of course our CGTN official platform. Thank you so much for tuning in. Each year from July to September, Kenya's Masai Mara hosts one of the most significant wildlife events, which is the Great Wildebeest Migration. So stay tuned from August 16th to 18th from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock GMT as we bring you the latest of the Migration 2024. Today, I'm joined in the studio with two amazing guests. So our lovely guests, please say hello to our audience.
Hello, I'm Xuehua Liu from School of Environment, Tsinghua University, China. I've been long-term working in the wildlife research and conservation. So today, it's a good time to join the CGTN program here, and we will experience the greatest migration in East Africa.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
welcome,
it's
Professor.
Great.
Hello, I'm Tobias Tomeka from Tanzania, currently a student, Masters of Science in Wildlife Conservation at Northeast Forest University, and I'm happy and excited to be here today to discuss harmonious existence between human and nature.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Tobias, you're our friend from yesterday. How does it feel like to be with us today?
Yeah, happy, very happy and excited.
Lovely to meet our professor.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
He's done so
Get
much
new
research.
known each other, yeah.
Absolutely. We look forward to also hearing the lovely advices and answers and information that the professor will give us. But first, can we have a look on our Masai Mara live team right now? Are we looking at hippos right now?
Yeah, hippo.
They seem awake, but usually they're asleep in daytime, aren't they?
Yeah, so the hippos are usually inactive during the day. I said yesterday they lack fur in their skin like other mammals, and because you see how fat they are. So they have a lot of fat in their skin.
I would call them healthy.
Yeah, healthy. Of course, they have a lot of fat. So if they be active during the day, it becomes so warm.
Okay.
Yeah, so they can. So they've adopted to be active during night when there's less sun, and that's the time they go for grazing.
Absolutely. Well, I feel like in terms of like cartoon shows and growing up and thinking about hippos, they're always portrayed as that cute animal, you know, who's like fluffy and swimming and chilling.
Yeah.
But that's super, super cute. And right now I think we're looking at crocodiles, aren't we, right?
Yeah.
Professor, have you ever witnessed the Great Migration live?
I haven't been in Africa. I lost several times to attend a conference in Kenya, so that's pity. So anyway, in the future, I think I will go once to see this great time.
For sure. With all your efforts in terms of research and wildlife, I'm sure you'd love it if you actually go and see them live. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah.
Speaking of wildlife and conservation, I'd love to address our first question to kick off our conversation with Tobias. Now, you come from Tanzania.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about how the community works in efforts of protecting the wildlife there? And are there any examples of how the community is showing us how humans and nature can harmoniously coexist?
Okay, thank you. So to well understand the aspect of harmonious coexistence between human and nature in Africa and this point, let's say Tanzania, we have to look back in history. So in the pre-colonial era, before establishment of the protected areas, wildlife and nature was mainly managed using some local traditional leadership, which they used some customs, norms to manage these resources. And this also involved laws that were enacted to control the utilization of the resources. Now, after introduction of colonialism, there were also introduction of protected areas. From there, communities were evicted from protected areas. So there was an establishment of boundaries that people were not supposed to get in. That is called fines and fences.
Okay.
So you make fences, then people are not allowed to come in. When they come in, they pay fine. Yeah, and after independence, the government kept on using this management strategy, the fines and fences. And later, when the law enforcement and fines and fences proved to be not efficient because the conservation areas, protected areas, are not sufficient to contain these animals, then there was this paradigm shift. Now we want to turn back because communities used to manage these areas, this wildlife and these areas. So maybe they have some knowledge that they've gained from close intimacy with nature. So now we have changed the paradigm to participatory wildlife conservation,
Okay.
a form of conservation that involves local community in management of these resources. And successful examples, I will take few. For example, in the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, we have a wildlife management area called the Ikona Wildlife Management Area. Or we talk of wildlife management areas, these are community lands that community have decided to set them aside for conservation of nature. So, because animals will go to community areas, so this is a potential area for wildlife management. So we set it aside. It's our land, it's not a national park.
I see.
So we let the animals come to our side and we benefit from this, from tourism. Tourism companies, they'll bring visitors, they have to pay entry fee. Then we have benefits from this. So this has proven to be very successful. We have some other examples of wildlife management areas, but also we have some other tribes, like the popular Maasai, that they naturally lived with wildlife. In their groups of herds, you may find there are goats, and there are also impalas or gazelles in some point, and because they don't eat wildlife. So they've existed for so long with nature, and it's lovely.
It's lovely, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
And I think the reason why it's so lovely is because the community really put an effort into making sure that it's a harmonious existence. Because
Yeah.
keeping all of them safe is also for the future generations, isn't it? Well, you mentioned some knowledge you can only gain specifically from being there. So I'd like to ask you more, what are these like local or indigenous traditions that you can share with us that have really helped in keeping or saving environmental protection efforts?
Yeah, talking of local and traditional knowledge. So Tanzania is home to more than 120 tribes, and every tribe has got their own beliefs, their own norms, customs, rituals, and so forth. So having this close interaction with nature, they have this, what is referred to as traditional ecological knowledge. Just some body of knowledge that is mainly associated with the management of the resources. And I say because they've stayed with wildlife for a long time. And this knowledge has been passed to this generation through some oral tradition, songs, dances, and some other forms of practices like rituals, So a good example is we have communities that had set some certain areas and they termed them sacred. Like they would go to do some offerings sometimes,
Sacred.
Yeah, sacred, So that means you are not allowed to utilize some certain resources in a certain forest,
I see.
which is a bit more or less of a protected area, Then we have some tribes that consider some species as holy. So they won't utilize these species. And that through that traditional, some rituals or customs or norms, that species is saved because there's less utilization of that species. Then we also have some clans names that are names of animals.
Really?
Yes, so somebody will be called Simba, like Mina Simba.
Simba.
You know Simba, a lion.
Learn a Simba. I have a new name, guys.
So that tribe, that tribe or that clan will respect that animal because they believe there is some sort of connection. Between them and this animal. And our tribe, for example, we have this clan that they believe when they die,
It's kind of
they
religious.
turn into lions. So they've identified some, it's like a pride and say this is our clan. Because, and because they live at, adjacent to a protected area, it's common they interact with this group, like this pride. So they know this is our clan's pride. So through that way, we witness these existing beliefs and traditions that basically played a critical role in conservation of natural resources since the time before introduction of these protected areas.
Fascinating. Isn't that cool, Professor? I never actually imagined that, in Tanzania, for example, or in your culture, harmony between human and nature dates back so long ago, right? Since history. And it's fascinating to know that if, let's say, a lion was close to your community, means he might be the spirit of, right?
The late somebody.
The late somebody. Oh, that is so cool. And it is a pride, isn't it? That's so cool.
In fact, in China also some minority, they still keep some beliefs, like top mountain area. It's really strictly protected for their, the group of people there.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Isn't it cool, Professor, that we speak a lot about harmonious coexistence between humans and natures, but from China to like different countries in the big continent of Africa, a lot of things are connected, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd love to ask you more, Professor, about about urban planning and ecology in terms of that. How have you seen, based on your experience, that they have helped in promoting the coexistence between human and nature, especially in areas where that might not have been as, how do I say, advanced as one might think?
Yeah, I saw yesterday's CGT program. Actually, the issue of harmonious between nature and the human has been addressed. And we know to reach these kinds of harmonious between nature and human, many efforts should be, involved in. So you mentioned the ecological assessment and the planning. Actually, it's just one of these efforts. Yeah. So from the angle of ecology, both human and other organisms actually are same in terms of, following the nature rules and resources patterns. Yeah. So we have mentioned the energy saving rules or the, expanding rules. Yeah. So etc. So in order to find their very suitable habitat to survive and also to thrive at the end. Yeah. But however, as a human, we do have a superpower to some extent, okay? Yeah, to surpass the other species. So in this case, so we could occupy the land or the resources which, very good conditions and also very comfortable to humans. But even human can create the conditions to use the land which is not suitable for human use, but with other species originally living there.
Right.
So in this case, the conflict will occur, right? So I think everywhere in the world, yeah. So I think for this reason, so ecological assessment and planning is very necessary, and we really need to implement it before we do many things, deal with the nature, deal with the resource, deal with the development of a human, socio-economic, yeah.
I see, absolutely.
Yeah, in this case, I think we could separate, like just in Africa, you use the fence to separate the animal area and the tribe area. So that's the way to, to limit human behaviors. Actually, humans are really, trying to, and have been developed many regulations and the laws to limit and control ourselves to use the resources.
Absolutely.
Right? So in this case, I think, it's important for implementing the assessment and also planning. So under with this, I think the whole nature can be safe and also human can have the base to develop themselves. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And in terms of ecological assessment and planning, it's really helpful for sustainability, isn't it? How, from your research, how would you think these efforts or these planning methods could be helpful, for example, for regions in Africa or in the rest of the world that may be under environmental pressure?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think everywhere we really need to have this management, tools or strategies. Yeah, so especially for those who fragile ecosystem. So we know actually it is the ecosystem, but it is a fragile. So inside that fragile ecosystem, there are a lot of we call the ecological relationship, but they are weak and not stable. So very easy to be disturbed by human activities. Yeah, so even maybe collapse at the end. So I think to this kind of problem, we should know more about ecological theories, especially the wildlife, habitat theory. Yeah, we can apply them in the right way. Yeah, we know what species prefer what kind of habitats. Yes. Yeah, what species eat what kind of foods. Just like yesterday, the reporter, Jerry?
Yes.
His name? Yeah,
Jerry.
He mentioned, in the migration, the species, they know what they should eat,
yes.
where they should go, yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's really, the knowledge we should catch and then in this case can help us to restore the fragile ecosystem better, and finally to reach the better conservation for the whole ecosystem. Even in Africa, I think, yeah, it's the same, right?
That's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
so especially when Africa facing a very strong stress for developing, and also the human population increasing, right? Yeah, so I think this is, yeah, really, so to get more people to learn to catch the ecological theories and to apply them in the right way.
Absolutely, because it does affect all of us. And as you said, based on our live stream yesterday, it's very, very cool. Also, our guest, our reporter, and Tobias all told us that in terms of food in the system, the animals themselves know they eat this part, they eat that part, and
Yeah.
based on their, how do I say, strategy, it's helpful for the other animals coming, right? So it's like a whole circle of life, I would call it.
Yeah, that's ecology.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
Yeah.
I would just like to go back again. It's our lovely hippo in action right now, ladies and gentlemen.
They're moving very slow.
Moving very slow.
Is there any time they can run faster?
When they are off the water,
Oh, okay.
Oh, when they're
They
off the
can do.
water. Oh, look
Okay.
at them. They look like they're having a good time.
So enjoy, yeah?
They look like they're enjoying.
yeah, feeling.
Absolutely. I've always seen videos online when they like throw a whole melon in the mouth of the hippo and it just crushes the melon like
Yeah.
a piece of candy.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
they have so big teeth.
They have really
so
big
it
teeth,
it
yeah.
can break. Yeah.
Those videos online are very, I don't know why, they're very fun for me to watch. Like they keep throwing in one melon after the other and the hippo's like eating all of them, crushing all of them. All right, oh, it's the crocodiles
Crocodile,
now.
yeah.
I'd like to go back to Tobias now, since you earlier mentioned how there's so much community effort happening in your region of the world. How do you think these community efforts are not only helping in conserving the wildlife, but also improving people's livelihoods?
Okay, so I want to take wildlife management areas, that category of areas, as a good example for harmonious coexistence. So the wildlife management area I mentioned earlier, the Icona WMA, which is in the same ecosystem, the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. So it's like between, it is in the western part of the Serengeti. So as animals pass to some of the game reserves, I mentioned yesterday, they also pass to some of areas of these communities. Now, these animals are safe at this area because community agreed that this land we've set aside for conservation. So in these areas, because they're animals, and sometimes when the migration is in that part of the ecosystem, clients, tourists will want to go there. Now, because they have entry fee, but also their children, the youth, are employed as guides in those areas.
Really?
But also game scouts. They are from the community because these areas are not managed by the national park authorities like Serengeti or the Masai Mara. So the communities manages everything. So they earn, a lot of millions of money from tourism. Now, this money is used first to fund community projects.
Yeah.
So they get benefit from that. And some part of this fund is used for the management of this area. So you see, at the first side, in the ecosystem part, ecology, the animals are safe, but also the community get fund. You know, the challenges arising from conservation and community, the conflicts come because conservation is considered as some sort of a land use. If we have a land, we can decide whether we do agriculture or we do mining or we go for conservation. So because we have to choose between this, there are opportunity costs that arise, yeah? So for the community to be able to agree with conservation, they need to obtain some benefits. And it's best if these benefits are related to monetary stuff, because telling someone that this will be a carbon sink, okay, carbon sink, what's this?
Nobody will care.
We can't tell the community on the amount of oxygen that will be produced from the ecosystem,
Right.
yeah? So because there is a competition between different land uses,
Yeah.
so to tell a community, a member of a community that don't use this part for agriculture, we need to ensure them that if we decide to conserve, there are benefits that you're going to get from this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that has been very successful and it serves both purposes. We have another wildlife management area, it's called Lake Burunge Wildlife Management Area, which is in a different ecosystem. It's called Tarangire Manyara ecosystem. There are also a lot of animals that they move during wet and dry season. They occupy different, it's not as circle as this. But you see, because they move to these dispersal areas that are owned by communities, again, communities get profit. Another source of money, from wildlife management is because these areas are preferred by tourists. Now, tourism operators, accommodation facilities are built in these areas. They pay tax, yeah? And the money to the local government for staying in their areas and vicinities. So you see, there is a very big profit that the community get from deciding to use this area for conservation. And conservationists get a benefit because, by the way, you have added the number of stewards who are ready to take care of these animals.
Right.
Probably there will be less patrols. So, like, we won't need so much fund to invest in law enforcement as we would if we didn't have these communities as stewards. Yeah, so that's bringing...
That's also part of the work for planning, trying to get, satisfied for the nature requirement and at the same time requirement from the human. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
The difficulties from like economic development and making sure we're conserving the wildlife and the nature always comes out with a whole set of new problems, doesn't it?
Yeah. Professor talked earlier of the growing population. So if the population increases, we'll need more land. I mean, land to do our activities, settlement, and the GIS, remote sensing has been so important in identifying, like animals need some corridors to move to different parts of areas because not all protected areas are intact like the Serengeti Mara, like all protected areas are intact. Some areas we have patches, like we have one national park, another national park, and here is a community land. We need a corridor. Yeah. So remote sensing has been so useful in assessing these corridors.
Absolutely. Mentioning remote sensing and in terms of technology helping monitoring all this ecological and wildlife, I must address this question to our professor who has been really specialized in this field of using technology like remote sensing and others to monitor. So we'd love to ask you this question: how can remote sensing, for all our audience who don't know, and new technologies really help with, for example, monitoring this migration?
Thank you, Myrna. Yeah, this is a very professional question. Actually, both the remote sensing and the geographical information system, the short name we call RS and the GIS.
GIS, cool.
Actually, are really powerful two tools, right? So, in my project, I use them all the time, and almost in all the projects, I apply them. Yeah. So, and at the same time, also another powerful tool is a position system. So we combine these three together, can do a lot of, conservation work, academic research work. Yeah. So for my team, actually we applied in many aspects, like wildlife habitat monitoring, you mentioned, and also habitat assessment and mapping. Yeah. And also, animal corridors, quality, and also animals, movement monitoring and analysis. Yeah. So I think specifically in Africa, like the current time is migration time. So normally these technicals can be applied to know or to monitor the we say hunter and also the prey relationship.
And hunter and prey relationship.
Yeah, even can be used to assess the quality of the corridors, like vegetation, productivity, and also the spatial temperature changes in terms of production quality. I think NDVI is a kind of remote sensing technicals can be applied. So Tommy can also say something about that, right?
So by the way, that have been used in research with wildebeests, the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. When they were studying the patterns of the migration and the factors that drive this movement. So they used the NDVI, normalized difference of vegetation index. So it's a value that will be high when the land is productive, like it's green. It's green. So animals were seen to move in that direction with healthy vegetation. and they leave it with little health. So we know from this value, some certain values, which meant habitat quality and food quality, so the animals went there. Yeah, so these methods have been so useful in research in Africa too, not just here.
Wow, absolutely. As you mentioned yesterday, you said each animal on its own has, for example, the hearing senses, the smelling senses, or the eyesight that can track what is the good position for them to go. But now, as Professor mentioned, us as humans, we can also help them monitor and kind of lead them in the best way for them to migrate. Is that true?
Especially, to know in advance the quality of corridors. So maybe before their migration, we could, check the quality and check what could be the roads and what could be the, species will come. Yeah. So this is important, actually. Yeah.
Professor, based on all of these years of research that you've done in adding technology to your assessment and planning, was it very helpful for the generations? Do you feel like through your research, adding this part of technology to it, do you think it was helpful for not only wildlife, but also humans in helping animals?
Yeah, I think these techniques can really help us, to protect the habitat and protect the different species and for future generations. That's definitely, even these techniques can help us to collect a lot of information from nature. Yeah. So we use a lot of image data from, satellites, from the airplane, and from drones. Yeah, and also from the infrared cameras. Yeah, all those can just, easily bring us the information, the data.
Wow.
Otherwise, we hardly, especially in the forest area, not like Africa grassland. So in forest there, like what I did in giant panda, not easy to spot the animals. But with the infrared camera, with the image, so you can identify the the quality of the habitat and the types and their special pattern and even their change. So all these things really helpful. They are strong, yeah.
Well, definitely in terms of panda protection as well, China has done so much efforts. But as you mentioned, this technological advancements has really helped with improving their habitat as well in China.
For sure. Actually, I need to mention one project that I did is, to restore the panda habitat in the area where has been cut it, in the past time. So we, based on the ecological theory, and we know what kind of species, bamboo species preferred by the giant panda in that special, elevation area. So we selected one species and plant there, and really successful. So just several years, infrared camera capture the pandas, images, and also we spotted the panda there. So which means, very successful. Even, we follow the series, and also we use the remote sensing data, technicals, really.
We always see videos of how happy the pandas look, like eating the bamboo or like even sleeping or with their caretakers. But I don't think a lot of people think about like the teams, the research teams behind it. They're still doing a lot of effort to make sure that the habitat is comfortable for them, but also I'm sure your team is still doing efforts for future generations to make sure the habitat, not only for pandas, but like for all animals, is very safe.
Yeah.
I'd love to go back because reading your research about how tech and remote sensing really helped move the habitat, I was so curious to ask you, like, how does it feel every time you see like new advancements in technologies have like made a breakthrough for some research maybe that the previous generations never found out? Like every time when there was like a new advancement, do you go like, wow, like this is like getting better and better?
Yeah, I had an impression when I first time applied the infrared cameras in the forest area for detecting the giant panda mainly. And when I first time see the first image of giant panda, we just shouted.
Really?
So excited, yeah. Because if you want to spot the panda in the wild, that's really difficult.
It's very difficult, yeah.
Only the local people, they are living there, they can meet with the panda sometimes. But for you, just go occasionally to do the research project, it's not easy.
I bet. So thank God we have all of these like new technology helping us. Professor, I don't think you knew, Professor Tobias is actually, it's on his list to go see pandas.
Yeah.
While his journey in China. He hasn't seen them yet, but he has seen tigers, hasn't
have,
he? You mentioned.
yeah.
How did that feel while seeing the tigers?
Awesome.
was cool,
I really
right?
wish it was in my checklist.
It was in your checklist.
Yeah.
Now you're adding pandas to your checklist. Professor, as we go back to talk about, now we have scenery of elephants. A lot of different animals are being shown in our live stream, so I think I am mostly excited to see those elephants.
So talking of elephants, yesterday I said wildebeests are keystone species in the Serengeti. So elephants are very important keystone species in almost all ecosystems that they exist.
Really?
So they are keystone because elephants can convert different habitat types. So if it's a forest, elephants can put down trees to change it to some woodland, or from woodland to grassland.
Wow.
And they can even change a grassland to a woodland because elephants are bulk feeders. They eat everything. Yeah, they eat everything. So because they eat everything, they digest very little amount of what they've eaten. So they would digest about 40% of what they've eaten. So the remaining 6% remains in their dung. So if they've eaten some seeds, so after they when the dung is falls in an ecosystem, then another tree can grow up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that way, elephants can convert an ecosystem to one type of habitat to a different kind of habitat. Yeah.
Now that's fantastic. Tobias always adding new information to make our chat more lively.
And with traditional knowledge. So traditional medicine, talking of traditional medicine with the indigenous knowledge. So because elephants eat a lot of grasses, a lot of, from different trees, they take barks.
Yeah.
So their dung has combined a lot of plants.
Species, yeah.
So local communities use their dung as medicine. They do some smoke bathing.
Really?
Yeah, so because the plants are already combined, I don't need to go to the field to pick plants. So I will burn it. Then smoke comes off with, they do some smoke bathing.
Okay,
that's the first time hearing it too.
Yeah, that's a traditional medicine.
Because it's traditional information, probably only Tobias can tell us, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, it's very common in Tanzania.
Is it? Oh, wow. I do feel, in terms of Chinese medicine, it's quite famous in China too. I didn't know, is traditional medicine also something popular in your culture?
Yeah, so much. So different communities have different kind of medicinal plants basing on their locality. So they know, because I said earlier, the traditional ecological knowledge and the general indigenous knowledge have been obtained through some trials and errors because these communities have stayed in these areas for so long. So they even know which plant treats what disease. So you go to the north, there are different kind of plants, and communities that are in northern Tanzania know a different kind of traditional medicines, plant medicines, which is different to another community that has different kind of plants. So it's very common. 80%, studies show that about 80% of communities in Africa rely on traditional medicine. So it's very common. I know Chinese.
I must say that's a common point with China,
I also
isn't
need
it?
to check whether for the Asian elephant, whether Asian people use a dung of an elephant as the medicine. I have no information on that.
I know Chinese use a lot of traditional medicine.
In terms of traditional medicine, we
but
must say China.
Dung, yeah, I need to check that. It's new information.
But I think that's quite a common point between your culture and Chinese culture in general in terms of using traditional medicine.
Yeah.
As he says, 80% of people rely on traditional medicine in Tanzania. I mean, in China, I feel like being here, I've been introduced to a lot of traditional medicine in China that is truly less harmful for your body and helps you in the long term, isn't it, Professor? There's a lot of traditional medicine that I think herbs and all kinds of stuff are quite helpful for humans.
Yeah, and in Tanzania, for example, in forested areas, there are areas that communities are allowed to utilize, to use some medicinal plants. So medicinal plants have proven to be environmental-friendly. Because most of them are made from leaves.
I see.
So they don't really destroy the plants, So except that the utilization should not go so high. So a number of communities that, of course, when you go to the remote areas, maybe they don't have access to the conventional medicine, they rely on this kind of medicine.
Interesting.
So it is very common.
Fascinating. I love it every time we meet friends from different parts of the world. You always find common points or new information, which is lovely for me. We come back to our live stream right now. Is it the wildebeests happening right now?
Yeah.
A big population.
A really big population of them. Well, we go back to our topic regarding the ecological and the ecosystem planning and assessment. Professor, I'd love to come back to you. In terms of fragile areas, for example, how can we balance, or is there examples of how we can balance the socioeconomic part as well as conservation of the ecological planning? And also, how can both of them be in a balanced way? Do you have any examples on that?
Okay. I think from my point, I think, again, we should back to the, assessment and the planning. So this is really, important for, knowing the fragile ecosystem and protecting them, and also making the, restoration plan. So in this case, so those fragile ecosystem has the chance to be restored.
I see.
And anyhow, in those fragile ecosystems, some species are living there. So the only maybe two different driving forces. One from nature, just worse conditions, right? The other is from human, human disturbing. But of course, sometimes, or most of the times, these two working together to make a fragile ecosystem, going to degrade it further. Yeah, so that's why, fragile ecosystem, really need our more attention. So we need to set up the policies, and some technicals need to be applied there. And we should also call the people's, attention and awareness. So show them where are the fragile ecosystems, how they are fragile, and how we can make them, protected and restored, and then being as the new resources further for the wildlife.
Absolutely. Through policy and planning, as you mentioned, that's a very, very key role in making sure we preserve and balance, keeping the wildlife and the ecosystem safe, but also helping with socioeconomic changes, as Tobias has mentioned in Tanzania, as you have mentioned here in China. How are you seeing the changes these years with the policies increasing? Do you feel like we have done, as a world in general, we have done a good job in helping balance it out, or do you think there's still room for further improvement in the future?
I think generally, from the whole world, actually people are making efforts on balancing, nature and also human. So because everyone knows the human survival depends on the nature, right? So all the resources is our base to survive. So that's why we must, balance this kind of relationship. Especially we should not, make those very right nature ecological relationship broken. So then it will really, influence the whole ecosystem. Even in Africa, I think we should maintain this kind of, heaven for the wildlife.
Right.
And also good for humans.
It is. It is. As you've seen, even in tourism. Everyone thinks, where can I see like the most beautiful wildlife? Everyone wants to run to Africa to check the species and to check the actual experience is much more different than what we would actually see online, isn't it? We come back to our, it's the elephants again. I'm so excited because yesterday I did not see elephants live. Did you? I don't think we did.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, at least in my part we didn't, but I think as a whole there might have been. Fascinating, fascinating. Can you tell me a bit more? Now, we're back to the wild.
It's a buffalo.
Oh, buffalo.
Yeah.
Excuse my eyesight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is a buffalo.
So buffalo's eyes just look down, right? Not to the front.
No.
Interesting.
So buffalo is a very dangerous animal, and it is recorded as, like, statistics show that the kills. I mean, human kills, maybe wildlife workers, for example, in Tanzania, the most kills are from the buffalo.
Really?
Yeah.
Buffaloes, that is phenomenal. It's looking at us right now directly. I think it's pretty cool. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, same as yesterday, we have a surprise for everybody, which is, Professor, not only do we have Tobias and you here with us in the studio, we have a lovely guest, which is a PhD student from the same university as Tobias, which is the Northeast Forestry University, who will be sharing his input. So, Nathan, hello. Our question to you is, in terms of conservation efforts in East Africa, how do these efforts address the challenge of maintaining biodiversity while promoting sustainable development for local communities? Nathan, to you.
So we know that nature needs large areas if we really want to protect nature, if we want nature to really thrive. And often these areas, of course, they need to be in the correct places, in the places which are really important for biodiversity. And often the way that we can do this is through establishing protected areas. And these protected areas, the way that we can make them more effective is often through things like law enforcement. And these things, they don't happen in isolation. There's often other approaches we can take to balance the social, ecological and economic aspects of sustainable development and achieve successes in all of these different aspects. Now, protected areas, they also provide a lot of income, a substantial proportion of a country's income. And often this is through the tourism sector. Now, besides this kind of direct money from tourism, we can think about employment also. You know, to make a visit to the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, for example, we're going to be working with the tour operator, the booking agent, the hotel, the restaurant. There's also going to be people employed as field guides or safari guides, as well as drivers. So the protected area's got these huge direct and indirect community benefits, directly for money and for employment. And we've also got, when protected areas are established, which are often governed by a government authority, they will actually integrate the so-called community benefits as part of their overall plan, their conservation plan or their management plan. And these community benefits could be, okay, we're going to build schools, or we're going to build hospitals. And so we see that in countries in East Africa, for example, Tanzania and Kenya, we see that these countries which have such amazing wildlife, we see that these countries are also able to improve their education, such as improving literacy rates, or we see other aspects of human health and well-being really being improved at the same time. So we see that these areas are able to balance and also achieve great successes in many, many aspects of sustainable development for nature and for communities.
Thank you so much, Nathan, once again bringing us some fantastic information and always giving us extra points to pay attention to every time we're talking about protecting the environment, conserving the wildlife. So as Nathan mentioned, there has been a lot of different approaches and different methods that have been used. So I would like to address this question back to Tobias. Now, in terms of Tanzania, you have mentioned so many different methods and so many different, whether it's traditional or as a whole, they've been using to conserve the environment. So in terms of Tanzania, what do you think are really successful points that other countries may take note from?
Okay, for harmonious coexistence, we discussed earlier of making sure that conservation brings tangible benefits to the communities. So keeping aside wildlife management areas that are basically owned and managed by communities. So protected areas, there is some extension programs that are done in every protected area where communities that are adjacent to these protected areas should benefit. So for example, you have a national park. So using some extension program, you try to fund some community development projects. For example, building schools, or for example, building hospitals. So protected areas authorities identify some key and potential community projects that the authorities can fund. Then they observe, basing on their revenue, they set some certain portion of their revenue so that the community adjacent to these protected areas benefit from this conservation. You know, when you build the capacity to the communities, you reduce the pressure to the protected areas.
Yeah.
So by that, you reduce the habitat destruction, which is among threats that face these protected areas. If, for example, if communities, livelihood is in high standard, they won't rely on resources from protected areas.
Okay.
So if we make sure that the communities are supplied with all their necessities in life, we indirectly conserve. Yeah, that involves, not relying on law enforcement, which has proved to be not successful alone. So the lesson should be like management of these conservation areas and the ecosystem should involve both the authorities and the communities. And the best way is trying to make these communities own this biodiversity. And to own this, they'll become stewards. They'll help you to protect these ecosystems. So it's a call to every part of the earth with wildlife to turn this paradigm of participatory.
That's what we said, multi-sectors.
Yeah. You know, conservation is a multidisciplinary aspect. Yeah. You need to discuss with people in need of doing some agriculture in your areas. You tell them, why should we do conservation and not this? Mining, why conservation and not this? Yeah. I think that's a good lesson from Tanzania.
Absolutely. Yes.
Actually, if you cannot involve the local people into the conservation, actually the ecosystem cannot be protected well. Yeah.
It consists of many different parts that need to work together in maintaining something that is important to all of us as a whole. Absolutely, yeah. Well, hopefully, as Tanzania is going to keep using different methods to conserve the wildlife, because you do have a very beautiful wildlife, by fixing, the minor issues that you find yourself through the ecosystem, perhaps that is actually opening a new road for another nation who's also dealing with the same wildlife issues to deal with it or fix it. Because as we said, I'm sure in Professor's research you notice as well, the ecological protection of the wildlife is actually not just for your personal, region. It's really helping. Any new information you get is actually helping other countries as a whole, because the wildlife and the ecosystem is for everybody. It's not for just... Professor, from your standpoint, when we talk about ecological planning, is there any successful examples that you can share with us that have really made a difference for regional stability and the regional, quality in general?
Yeah, sure. Actually, China has experienced a certain period for quick economic development. I think everyone knows that. In a certain period, we are busy with doing the project for the planning and also we call ecological impact assessment. The case I want to share with you today actually is I use the short title, Bohai Bay.
Bohai Bay.
Yeah, Bohai. Bohai is maybe you know that area, the Bohai near Tianjin, Dalian, and Yantai. Yeah, just it's the part of the Yellow Sea. Yeah, so that project, at that period, actually China has the kind of strategy to rearrange some industry into Bohai Bay area. Yeah, and trying to full use of the rich resources of land, of water, and also harbors. Easy for transporting the products. Yeah. And also materials, So, however, for those areas, we know ecologically it is very important because it has if I say the shape of ear, we know actually that Bohai has the very narrow connection area with outside the Yellow Sea. So that means the inside water, seawater, can be renewed very slow. However, this area actually received a large amount of water from, upland area, from different rivers like Yellow River, from Liaohe River, and even Haihe River. Yeah. So in this case, actually, the inland water comes and bring a lot of nutrients, which is good for the bohai to raise a lot of, biodiverse species, like fish species and also bird species. We have two deltas, famous deltas there, like Yellow River Delta and also Liaohe River Deltas. So, which also termed as international airports for migrating birds. Yeah. So every year there is certain seasons. If you go there, you will feel just like being in Africa to see a lot of wildlife. There you see a lot of birds, different species. So it's important. We have also, famous, beaches for swimming in that areas. However, those areas, has several. I should not say several, actually many cities or towns, they are getting developed fast. Even, famous like Beijing, Tianjin, Yantai, Liaoning, Huludao, etc. So they also need to keep their, steps for developing.
Economy.
Yeah, economic, socio-economic. However, ecologically, we also need to protect that area.
Yes.
So you see, in this case, we really need to make a very careful assessment to identify where are the good ecological areas, and then you can, just say this area you cannot touch, just for conservation. Yeah. So based on this kind of assessment, we experience a lot because this is. As I have mentioned, multidisciplinary, multi-sectors, a lot of local government being involved in this process. We did a lot of negotiation work with them, yeah. So finally, comes with the good assessment result. Based on that, we actually identify 3 zones. Zoning work is important, yeah. So we have a red zone. Red zone is exactly for conservation. Cannot arrange the industry in those areas. So only for conservation. And then we have yellow zone. Yellow zone, you can, relatively locate some, high-tech industries. It's a kind of also conservation. And then for the blue zones, you can relocate those industries in that areas. So in this case, actually, the whole Bohai Bay region can be well, same time protected for nature, same time for the, fulfill the human's requirement for socio-economic development. So in this case, actually, Bohai Bay, get well approach to reach a sustainable state.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor.
This is a really good approach. Yeah.
The Bohai, definitely, thank you for mentioning, as we've seen in many, whether it's reports or videos or actually people going there to visit, it has really been a display, or how do I say, an actual showing of how the ecological system and the human industry or socioeconomic reasons are balancing each other out. Right. And I think that is not without the help of humans in terms of policy, in terms of effort, and in terms of research teams trying to maintain it, because it has been quite a significant, how do I say, display for everybody. And not only in Bohai, but also the other different regions that you've mentioned. I love the mention of zones. That's really cool. Yeah, actually we did a lot of, at a strategic level, we did a lot of environmental impact assessment just before 2008 Olympic Games. Oh, wow.
For the different area of Beijing surrounding, just trying to create a kind of a nice environment for welcome the Olympic Games.
Wow.
Yeah, but actually later, all the peoples actually get benefit from that kind of, assessment work.
Absolutely. Oh, you've mentioned
can improve the planning, can improve for making the right decision policies. Yeah.
I love it. It's not just like, let's say, for one event, it's for future.
Yeah.
So like you can keep using it, and it is sustainable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You've mentioned also the places where the birds migrate. I was there 2 months ago in Yancheng in Jiangsu province, where they have, I've talked to a photographer there who he's been doing photography for birds for almost 20 years. And he has said that the birds love coming here because it's like their favorite, it's not only vacation, it's like a transit airport. During their migration place, they like to come here because it's safe. The situation is very suitable for their cuisine, for their rest, and you can find really different types of birds there and I asked him, I was like, why do they choose to come here? He said, as humans choose to go somewhere with good food, the birds think that the ecological system there is so well preserved that they offer a wide range of food for the birds too, that they can feast on. And also the situation in general, they feel very comfortable and safe coming here. And they said with recent years, they have found a lot of new species of birds that they thought was gone years ago, but because of the habitat is so comfortable for them, we are finding out new species that maybe before they never came here. So I think while also protecting the environment, we are getting to know a lot of new species that we might have thought have been lost one day. Excellent point, Professor. I've also seen a lot of policies and laws being changed these years. I know there's a Qinghai Tibet Plateau ecological preservation law regarding the icebergs or the ice snow-capped mountains. They have very strict rules about whether or not this area close to it can have infrastructure or can have things built there, because they're like, if you build that, it's going to ruin this area or it's going to cause harm to it. So a strict law says no. You cannot build anything there.
In China, we have different levels, assessment and also planning. So we have a county level, the whole country level, and then we have a county level, city level, even the village level. So it's just trying to make different levels of authorities to know their resources, to know their home, and make a reasonable planning for development. Management.
Absolutely. Right. It's always the most important thing is trying to keep the balance between the socioeconomic, how to improve people's livelihood, but also trying to maintain, because it is important. I'd love to ask both of you. I'll start with Tobias, for example. From someone who grew up, loving the environment, and as yesterday you told me you love nature and you love animals and you love to protect it and conserve it. What advice would you give people who are thinking like, is it that important to keep our environment safe? Is it that important to keep our animals safe? Because I'm sure these kind of questions will be asked. So from your point of view, where does the passion come from? And what can you tell people about why it is important to protect the environment?
Okay, so I think it's the best way is it still lies to conservationists than it is to them. It is to us, what should we do to make them change? Because we know that and maybe they don't. So we need to add awareness to this. The good thing is we have case studies.
Case studies.
Yeah, of what happens if we don't keep this area.
Oh, I see.
So we can use case studies to show these people. But also we can do some awareness raising campaigns like conservation education programs. For example, in Tanzania, we have a lot of conservation education programs that are first done by authorities, but also non-government organizations that work so much to educate communities on the necessity to conserve wildlife. This also involves taking people to wildlife places, areas, and
to see it firsthand, so you know what we're protecting and why it's so important to be protected.
And it is very common. We have study tours in primary schools, secondary school, and universities.
Study tours, I'm sure, as Professor takes a lot of her students, don't you, just to make research. And what about you, Professor? What do you think is one advice you would give people on why we need to pay attention on all levels to take care of the ecological situation?
In my university, I give a lot of lectures on ecology-related, courses. So normally I would just, give students some, knowledge on the food chain.
Food chain.
And the food pyramid. So in that case, they know the biodiversity is important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we cannot, stand and keeping always surviving in a good state without the other resources support. So that's a basic knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Isn't it fascinating to sit with a professor who's done so much research, and you can still sense the passion all these years later that you still have. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much, Professor. We're so honored to have you and give us so much information on what we can do and what has already been done in terms of protecting the ecological situation, and Tobias for always enchanting us with new information. I'm sure the audience had a lot of fun today, and thank you so much once again for joining us. CGTN in Beijing here. Please stay tuned August 16, 17, and 18 between 8 to 12 GMT as we bring the latest of the Great Migration. This is the Beijing studio saying goodbye to you, and we will send this live directly back to our colleagues in Masai Mara. Bye-bye and see you next time.
Goodbye.
Alan. Welcome back to the banks of the Mara River. We have been camping here for the past 1 hour, enjoying the sounds and sights that nature has to offer in this very blessed ecosystem that is the Masai Mara National Reserve. And as we told you earlier, we have the pleasure of hosting very great guests for this session where we just want to talk about wildlife conservation and animal protection, and of course the collaborations that exist between the Kenyan government, the Narok County government, and of course the local communities here. And with me right now is the governor of Narok County government. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Asante sana. So as we begin, just introduce yourself to us.
Thank you very much. My name's Patrick Olentutu. I am the governor of Narok. I am born and raised here. Welcome to Masai Mara.
Thank you so much. And we have the pleasure to actually get to know him a bit more just off camera, and we're just going to bring that conversation now forth to you, our viewers, so that you just get to tap into the vast wealth of knowledge that he possesses in terms of wildlife conservation, in terms of animal protection, and just conservation in general. But before I begin, I just want to ask you something that has something to do with the Maasai culture. The attire that you have today, what these represent?
Well, thank you very much. You know, the Maasai culture is very rich, not just in Kenya, but also in the entire world. And therefore, what you see wearing is what leaders, for example, you know, a president or a governor should wear whenever he talks to other guests, and particularly when we have traditional ceremonies. We have so many of those, and today just happened to be that I had one in the morning, and of course we had arranged for me to meet with you, and I said, you know, let me pass by and say hello.
Thank you so much. You are now serving as the current governor of Narok County government, but you have been involved in conservation for a very long time. Correct. And of course, it doesn't come into the family starting with you. Even you and me, your forefathers have been in this. Can you just tell us a brief history of your involvement in conservation?
Now, thank you very much for that question. It is true indeed that my parents, my grandfather, and the Maasai community at large has been coexisting with wildlife since time immemorial. And therefore, my own grandfather was actually the first people who decided to sort of like demarcate the area of conservation and where people lives. But of course, when my father came in now, he took over, you know, being now the paramount chief of the Maasais. He now took over to say, look, let's see what we can do to conserve this great environment, this resource, this ecosystem that consists of almost everything. And it was him who started what we call now in Kenya the first conservancies. Conservancies means that they are private owned land. For example, here in the Mara, Masai Mara National Reserve, it's owned and run by the county government. It's about 1,510 square kilometers. But out there, it's even bigger than even the main Mara. We have about 22 conservancies that are around Masai Mara. They set as, you know, they act as a buffer zone for us, between us and the community. And of course, you remember that Masai Mara is also, you know, border Tanzania. So Serengeti and Masai Mara is one at the same. It's just that after the colonization of Africa, that is when they demarcated land. But of course, you know, you and I know that wildlife don't know the boundaries. Boundaries, they go, I mean, like the wildebeests you have seen today, they've just come from Tanzania, and they will be here for the next 3 months, and then they'll go back. Again, they look for pasture. So for me, I grew up here, I'm bred here, and I think I know everything about Masai Mara, and we have always preserved this ecosystem, which is very fragile, to make sure that generation see what we have seen.
Thank you so much for that. But now you have been in office for about 2 years now.
Correct.
And you have done quite some work here on the Masai Mara National Reserve.
Correct.
But I just wanted to mention, what are some of the policies and development projects that you have put in place to ensure this ecosystem is maintained in the best shape possible?
Now, before I became the governor of Narok County, I was the immediate member of parliament for this area. So when the great people of Narok asked me to run for governor, I decided to come up with a management plan. This management plan is a tool that we are now using to manage wildlife. You know, managing wildlife and the people around the conservancy has never been easy. So this document was extensively discussed and talked about by stakeholders, by scientists, and at that time it was very hard to come up with a document like that because, of course, you know, there are so many things that people say this one is not good, this one is not good. But I was clear in my mind that we needed to come up with a management tool to manage this conservation area. And this conservation area is everything for us. For us as Masai, Masai people, we live around this park since time immemorial. And therefore, we came up with how are we going to manage the number of camps that are going to be built in Masai Mara. We also come up with how are we going to make sure that we control the number of tourists that comes here, because it can be hectic during the high season. We also dealt with the issue of road and infrastructure. I'm very sure today you have passed very nice roads that are maram. Of course, here we don't want anything to do with tarmac road. This is all maram road. Again, because of the advice that we got from our scientists, that we need to have these maram roads, because again, remember, we are managing wildlife. We are managing wildlife that have to exist to continue to exist with us.
Yes, and Narok County government is the host county for the Masai Mara National Reserve. But managing this natural resource requires lots of collaborations, I would imagine. What are some of the collaborations that you've put in place with other stakeholders to ensure this runs smoothly?
Absolutely. You know, this park, when you look at 1,510 square kilometers, it's huge. And we have so many stakeholders. For example, the national government, the KWS, Kenya Wildlife Service. We also have the Ministry of Tourism. We also have the tour operators, the owners of the camps. And also, more importantly, is the community that has given out this land. They are the number one stakeholders because, again, remember, the Maasais and wildlife are together. The only tribe in Kenya that can coexist with wildlife. And I can tell you that without the Maasai community, remember, the Maasai community don't eat, wild animals meat. Remember that, and I know you must have read that. And other tribes around the park do come here to try and probably even, have, hunting for wildlife. And this is something that the Maasai community don't do that. And therefore, our stakeholders are so many, and all of them have to work together. That's why when we came up with the management plan, which actually went through the county assembly, it went through to the national government, where it was gazetted by the Ministry of Tourism. It's a document that has been accepted by everybody. So we have so many stakeholders.
Thank you so much.
And even the tourists are also our stakeholders. We hear them, we listen to them. What are they saying? Is there anything that we can do better? You probably have seen what we call lookout. We have now constructed very beautiful restrooms, so that when our guests come the whole day, they have a place that they can rest, they can have a soda, they can have a cold drink before they go back to camps.
That is indeed true. We have seen a lot of
Yes,
lookouts,
thank
and
you.
we have been transversing this natural reserve here, that is the Masai Mara National Reserve here in Narok County government. And indeed, we have seen some of the infrastructure that he mentions here, some of the lookout points. And of course, we have also interacted with some of the tourists and as well the local communities. We have been interacting with part of the local communities just surrounding the Masai Mara National Reserve to get a feel of the benefits that they get from this natural reserve that they are the custodians of. And that is where I want to take this conversation now. So you have the local community here,
Yes.
and a natural reserve that has been tapped to benefit not just this part of the country, but the whole country.
Correct.
But how then do you ensure that these local people that are here, who are the main custodians of this wildlife, also get to benefit from natural reserve?
Very good question. That's the main essence of having this great resource. One of the things that the park fee does is that we have what we call 19%. 19% is the total amount of money that need to go to the community. Before the county government comes in, we used to have the 19%. 19% is the total amount of money that is collected, the park fee that the tourism pay. Employment is a big thing. From the management plan, the rule is that 80% must come from the local. The people you see driving this vehicle, the people you see even being tour guides, these are the people who know the area very well, and that is why they are the ones who are actually driving this vehicle to show the guests where the animals are, and they also tell them the history about the Masai Mara. And then also more importantly is the bursaries. Most of the communities, for a long time the Maasai communities have not gone to school, but through these initiatives that we have come up with, we now set aside a certain amount of money for the local people, those young people who are going to universities, those people who are going to high school. We give them bursaries. Number two, also, we also use the money to construct health centers. Remember again, this area is infected by a lot of fly. Malaria is a big thing because of the water that you see here, and because of course the wildlife live around them. So we needed to come up with health centers that can help our people. It is the county government that is building those health centers, and also schools. We have started a number of secondary schools here, a number of ECDs, again to help the community to also catch up with other communities in Kenya. And I must say that also the lodges you see here, most of them are beneficiaries of whatever that is accrued in those lodges. There is a certain percentage that go directly to the community, not even the county government, but directly to the community. And these community leaders are the one who shares among the family members.
Thank you so much. So social amenities have been able to crop up around.
Absolutely, and a good one.
Yes,
yeah.
And as you mentioned also, there are employment opportunities, so people are able to get jobs.
Absolutely.
Even as we continue, the grants that you hear, we are right on the banks of the Mara River, and on the Mara River, all along the river bed, we will find herds of hippopotamus. These are the giants of the water who coexist very peacefully with other animals like crocodiles, and of course you'll find birds like Egyptian geese, as we were mentioning in our previous live stream. And of course it's a very beautiful backdrop for us. You will find when you come to the Masai Mara National Reserve more than 100 different species of mammals and birds, and you get to enjoy so much of this national reserve here that is hosted by Narok County government. But I just want to talk about the trickle-down effect that now these things have on the community. I would imagine if someone is able to get a job as a tour guide, as a hotelier, as a cook, as a waiter, they are able now to earn something, and with that they are able to even take their children to school. Absolutely. And the trickle-down effect, there has to be a trickle-down effect. Has the county government realized part of that? Absolutely,
it's huge. Let me tell you, during high season, you can see people now with cash. Having money is power, and I can tell you that the work that they are doing here, under them are living. Without this tourism, you will not see the towns you see around the park. Of course, they are not inside the park; they are outside the park, and therefore the ripple effect is huge on the communities. And that is why you also see we have a number of students who have gone out of the country to go study, and they're coming back to manage their lodges. They are coming to manage their businesses and stuff like that. So it's huge. People are really feeling it. Without this resource, I would not imagine what the Maasai community will do without this resource. That's why they hold it very passionately about it. You can see that they love this park, and they will not do anything with it without this park.
Yes, and with that understanding,
Yes.
now let me ask you about human-wildlife interactions here.
Yes.
How do you ensure, as the authorities of Narok County government, that there is sustainable coexistence between the humans that live just outside the park and the animals that reside within the park?
Thank you. I must say that it's one of the big challenges we have, because again, while we have wildlife-human conflicts, it's huge here, and the reason being is that our park is not fenced. So the borders are porous. The animals don't know this is where the people live and where the animals are supposed to stay. So we have had that as a big problem that we're having here among the people who live around the Mara. And what we have done is that a number of programs initiated by the county government of sensitizing the communities. We lose between 10 to 15 people per year to wildlife and human conflict. More than 200 livestock sometimes disappeared here in the Mara. And I must tell you that we are lucky as Maasai people, because we have coexisted with this animal since time immemorial. I grew up in this area. I've always seen this park. I've seen lions. I've seen wild, and we know how to, to coexist together. You will not imagine a young child who is going to school just walking up and down and go to school and come back, and they know that this is an elephant, and they know how to not go near it, but to go away from it and go back to their own business. But I must say that it is one of the big challenges. But again, as I told you, that the conservancies that we have around Mara act as buffer zone between us and the community, and they have really helped us. This is another initiative that we have started to making sure that again the community understand where the livestock can reach and where they can graze, so that they don't get into the park. That is a big issue that we are dealing through sensitization, through training of our game rangers, through training of community leaders, has really helped to make sure that this wildlife goes with us.
And as I just stick to that, this is one of Kenya's biggest attractions out there.
Yes.
And a lot of people make their way here, especially during the high season of the Great Migration, which is between July and October.
Yes.
You get so many visitors.
Yes.
How do you manage to just, manage the park during this high season?
As a matter of fact, as you're saying, in fact, today we will have Miss Universe. She will be here this evening. You'll probably get a chance to interview her also. But I'll tell you what, because again, this Mara is well run. Like I told you, we develop a management tool where we know the number of guests we have. We have come up with a capacity that we can hold, and if we see the tourists are becoming many, then some we send to the conservancies, and some we organize in such a way that all the lodges, all the camps, all the managers, we all work together and we communicate on how do we do our game drives. The rangers, the game rangers who have been well trained, are also interact with the guests and also interact with the managers, so that they all know what is supposed to be done in the morning. Some people will take balloons in the morning, and some people will take the morning game drives, and others in the evening. So we know how to do it. But I must say that for the last 2 years, we have had a very big traffic here in the Mara, and we continue to say that we will try to do our level best to continue again to add more land by leasing more land from the private owned land, and that has helped us a lot, particularly the conservancies. It is actually taking some of our traffic away from the park. Yes.
Thank you so much. And this is a very rich ecosystem here, from the wildlife to the vegetation.
Yes.
And it is very important to ensure that each of these wildlife and vegetation are protected and conserved, just to ensure this ecosystem is not left unbalanced. Because the way nature works, if we leave anything unbalanced, then it affects the whole ecosystem. What are some of the partners that you have worked or collaborated with just to ensure that this ecosystem is preserved as it is?
Let me be honest with you. People love Mara, even those who are visiting. And the people who are managing this park is really Narok County government. And what we have done over the years, we have learned to work with stakeholders. Like I was telling you, you know, this document that we came up with called Masai Mara Management Plan is a tool that will tell you today, you should be here this time, you should be somewhere this time, you should be during this time of the year, you are supposed to do ABCD. So some of the tools that we have used is we have leveraged on technology. The Earth Ranger, we have a system that we have actually planted here in the park. You will know that probably where you are, I can watch you right when I'm sitting in my office. And this technology has really helped us to really monitor what is happening in the Mara. And there are very strict regulations also, rules that if you break, then the game rangers will take care of you. We normally don't really take people to court or whatever, but there is a way that we manage this park and people understand. We have also come up with pamphlets where we give people to, before you come to the park, when you are in the hotel, you are taken through a rigorous regulation guide where you know what you're supposed to do. And therefore, I tell you, we have invested a lot in training of our game rangers. Our game rangers and the people who work for wildlife are well taken care of. I tell you, today, we have more than probably 300 game rangers in this park, just to make sure that rules and regulations are followed to the letter. Because for us, this is our heritage. For us, this is our life. For us, this is everything that I've ever known. Without the Masai Mara, I don't know whether I will ever be a governor of Narok County. Actually, my school fees was paid through the park fee. So we hold it very dear.
Thank you so much. And we live in a world that is constantly progressing and technology keeps on evolving day by day. And you have mentioned one of the technological aspects of managing the Masai Mara National Reserve. What are some of the ways that you incorporate technology and science just to ensure even better preservation of this ecosystem?
Well, actually, we maximize actually the technology that much, but there is a way that we are using. For example, the endangered species in Mara. We have tools that we monitor. I call, for example, Kifaru. Kifaru is, we follow all the rhinos wherever they go. We also have like, the normal, our smart technology. I tell you what, this ecosystem is well looked at or, taken care of by not just even the county government, but also the national government. When you see the CS, and I'm very sure you will be able to interact with her, they are part and parcel of this whole ecosystem. And we have scientists, researchers, who are doing constantly research on animals, on a number of animals. Why are these animals going down in terms of the numbers? Or why are some going high? And again, it is the work of the managers like myself and the scientists to know the reason. If there is any reason, we also come in and make sure that we rectify. I'll tell you what, sometimes rhinos or elephants give birth to the young ones and they leave it. It's up to us to take it to the rescue centers and take care until when we are comfortable that they can go to the wild. Then we release to the wild. So we have a rescue center where we look at these animals when they are young, and they're doing very well. Also, for example, we have veterinary officers. Veterinary officers are very important. When we see, for example, lions fights, lions can fight up to death. And it is our responsibility to make sure that when we see a sick animal, we go there, we make sure that we take care of that animal, and we monitor until they are now fine. And I can tell you, we have saved so many animals. Even the hippopotamus you see here, sometimes they get sick because of certain outbreak of diseases. It is the responsibility of the county government to make sure that we take care of our wildlife, because this is what we have as part of our heritage.
A very, very rich pool of knowledge you have there, Governor.
Thank you.
I want to thank you so much for being with us. That has been Patrick Olentutu, who is the Governor of Narok County Government. We have, of course, been having a conversation here on Wildlife conservation and animal protection, and he has delved a bit into that, what the county government is doing and the collaborations that exist here just to ensure that the animals that are found within this ecosystem, that is the Masai Mara National Reserve, are preserved and are available to future generations. As we were saying, we are still on the banks of the Mara River, and here you can find a lot of the animals. The hippopotamus are right behind us here. Though the grunts that you have been hearing, those are the hippopotamus. The crocodiles are here. The Egyptian geese are here. Right a few meters from here, as we were mentioning in the morning, we managed to see a full-grown male lion. So it's a very rich heritage that Arrow County government has here, and of course the protection and conservation that he has enlisted there comes in very handy to ensure that this national reserve remains available for future generations. For now, we are going to leave you, but remember to stay with us as we still have another engagement after this, where my colleague Penina is going to have another thrilling chat with the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, that is Rebecca Miano. For now, Governor, I just want to thank you so much for having the time to join us here.
Welcome,
thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you
again.
so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to our continuing live coverage. It's coming to you live from the Masai Mara National Reserve. I am Penina Karibe, and just before we get to excuse me, a conversation here with the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, let me just explain a little bit of what I'm adorned with. So this shuka, we call it a shuka in Swahili, which is Kenya's national language. It basically just means a covering or a shawl. That's what it is. And so what this means is it is typically adorned by the Maasai ladies, and this is a cultural thing because it protects their arms from being bare. So according to the Maasai culture, a woman should protect certain areas of her bodies. The arms are part of those areas. And then this beautifully colored necklace that I have around my neck, this is also worn by the ladies. It is actually worn by single ladies, and the minute that lady gets married, this of the necklace from here going down, they lose it, and so it's left only here. So once you get married, only this part is left, the rest of it is gone. So yeah, the Maasai community, of course, being the predominant community here in the Masai Mara. And so now let me introduce the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Madam Rebecca Miano. Thank you very much, CS, for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Penina.
And just to start us off, I mean, Kenya is synonymous with tourism. What makes Kenya such a significant tourism destination?
Penina, as we start, I also want to confirm I'm compliant with what I'm wearing to match the spirit of the Masai Mara.
Right.
And it is true, Kenya is a very unique tourist destination. We have things that many other countries do not have. For example, we boast that we are the human origin, the home of human origin. The oldest remains of a human being were found in Kenya. Secondly, we are the only country whose capital city has a wildlife national park just within the city, and there is no other city in the world that has that. The Creator endowed Kenya with many natural resources, from the mountains to the beaches, to the bushes, to the Rift Valley, to geothermal resource. So we have a rich menu of what tourists can do and can see. If you look at our people, the hospitality, it is on record that Kenyan people are special, they are hospitable, they are warm, their cultures, and I have seen every view of every visitor that visits Kenya talks about the Kenyan people. We have a huge, big culture, unique culture based on our communities, and that is something else to also sample. We also have other UNESCO accredited sites that are of interest to see. And when you hear people say that Kenya is magical, it is indeed magical.
I like actually the hat you're wearing because it's written Magical Kenya, just in case you can't see it. Coming to where we are now, the Great Masai Mara National Reserve, it is synonymous with one of the greatest spectacles in the natural world, and that is the Great Migration. What does that mean for Kenya's tourism?
The Masai Mara and the migration, the wildebeest migration, is one of the wonders of the world. So our country is blessed and endowed to be the home of one of the wonders of the world. And therefore, that makes Kenya very unique, and that migration is very important to Kenya. It is also important for the wildebeest and their sustainability and their biodiversity, because I understand, and it is true, that they cross between the two countries, but on the Mara side, the Kenya side, it is the mating, the honeymoon place of it, and that is significant. It just shows life and how life can boom, and that is very special for us. And also for the communities around, the migration brings tourists and therefore promotes economic activities, employment, and I think Masai Mara and the migration is of very significant for our country.
And that is true, if I may cut in, because I've seen a lot of tour drivers are actually from the local community here.
Yes.
But even just pushing this conversation forward, there's, with the migration also, these high tourist numbers.
Yes.
So what are some of the strategies? And I know She's actually just very new in the office, so this is a privilege to have you with us.
Yes.
And what are some of the strategies you're considering to put in place just to boost sustainable tourism?
Yes, I am the newest Minister of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya, but very excited, enthusiastic, because this is a docket that is full of possibilities. And in that regard, we will be working, and we are working on many strategies, and a lot of work has been done to make tourism sustainable in Kenya. First, we need to diversify the products that we have. Kenya has been for a long time known for beaches, bushes, and the safaris. But I can tell you, we have endless products that we need to just present to the world. We can have agritourism, sports tourism. You know, Kenya is the home of runners, and that I don't think anybody will have lived fully without visiting the home of runners, interact with them, look at them, see why they run. And we also have cultural sites. We have medical tourism and many other products. So to make it sustainable, we just need to present diversification of the products we have for tourists. Also diversify the source of our tourists. Currently, we have not covered many countries in the world. That, if we open up, we are sure that if we attract the East, the West, the South, the North, the whole world, that will make it more sustainable. We need to leverage on technology. We know that this is a global village, and technology will make it sustainable. We need to work on things like climate conservation. We know many tourists are attracted by the wild animals, and therefore we need sustainability, biodiversity, conservations. And we have a strategy that will be launching very soon to put into place all those measures.
And just as we come to a close, speaking of getting new sources, we've seen tourism numbers from China, for example, grow to about 79% beginning of this year. So how are you looking to boost that up? And what does that even tell you, just the growth of these numbers when it comes to looking at those new sources?
I like that question because, you know, China has been a good partner to Kenya in terms of economics, development, and many other areas of cooperation. But tourism, we need to grow it more. And it is true, looking at the numbers for the first 6 months, half year, I have seen an increase of numbers from China. But I want to tell you that is an untapped market. If you look at the population of China and the numbers that are coming to Kenya, although they are steadily improving, we have a lot more room and a lot more possibilities of just increasing those numbers and taking them up.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Madam Minister, I have to say it was a great honor hosting you. Thank you very much for your time. I wish you all the best as you embark on this exciting journey of running one of Kenya's most important dockets, which is tourism. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and I welcome everybody to Kenya to come and see the magical Kenya.
Thank you very much. Asante
Thank you.
sana.
Thank you.
Well, and at this point, I want to hand us back to Beijing for a continuing coverage of this special coverage of the Masai Mara National Reserve.
Thank you.
Machakos wapi?
Adelante. Yeah. Adelante. Adelante.
Unajua speed yao. Ngoja kidogo nichukua, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja kidogo, dakika moja.
Chukueni Mosheru, chukueni.
las corbatas y se fijaron en las formas. like the... Why not? 要是停这个车子后面去。
자, 가자.